transportation efforts have been particularly fruitful. We have been actively participating in regional cooperation together with other ASEAN member states in the Regional Data Sharing Initiative with 5 other ASEAN member states, which is now in the final stage of drafting the Memorandum of Understanding and is proposed to be signed during the 59th DGCA conference. The collaboration is a testament to our collective commitment to a safer aviation environment across the Asia Pacific region. The Department of Transportation fully supports the draft Delhi Declaration, which effectively identifies critical priorities and emphasizes the need for collaboration to enhance safety, security, and capacity in addressing key challenges in the Asia and Pacific region. In fact, the theme for the 59th Conference of the Directors General of Civil Aviation of Asia and Pacific regions, Shaping the Future of Air Transport, Sustainable, Resilient, and Inclusive, which will be hosted by the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines in Cebu, aligns perfectly with the goals of the Delhi Declaration, a testament that our commitment to support the Delhi Declaration extends beyond its signing. We endeavor to take a productive approach and actively work alongside other states and administrations to develop and implement the necessary capabilities to effectively address these emerging challenges and meet the increasing demands of regional and global aviation growth during the 59th DGCA conference in Cebu. Thank you all for your commitment to this endeavor, and we look forward to your partnership in advancing our shared objectives towards achieving safer skies. Thank you, and again, good morning.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We will now move to the international organizations to make their statements, and we will start with Association of Asia Pacific Airlines. I would request Mr. Subhash Menon, Director General, to make his statement.
The Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation India, Sri Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Ministers from the Asia Pacific region, Signor Salvatore Sciacchitano, President ICAO Council, Mr. Ma Tao, Regional Director ICAO, respected Directors Generals and Heads of Delegation and industry colleagues. AAPA represents the interests of Asia Pacific Airlines and provides the regional perspective in the international discourse on civil aviation. Civil aviation was set up towards the end of the Second World War by the United Nations to be an agent of socio-economic development and a conduit for global connectivity. Today, our industry is more than fulfilling this promise. Nowhere is this more evident than in the Asia Pacific region, which accounts for close to a third of global air travel. Air transport in our region is often a socio-economic necessity. For this reason, the industry and AAPA are also wedded to the ICAO priorities of safety first, seamless air connectivity, and sustainable air travel growth. These priorities cannot be achieved with half measures, nor do they have a finite timeline for achievement. They are part and parcel of what we as an industry does day in and day out. These priorities are also borderless and should be achieved globally through international coordination and applied with global consistency. The Asia Pacific air travel recovery is 4% shy of 2019 levels, quantitatively speaking. But qualitatively speaking, it's already business as usual. Passenger seat factors are already as high as they have been, and airports are busy, some even busier than they were pre-COVID. And air connectivity, measured by unique city pairs, is expanding rapidly, and AAPA airlines are also commencing operations on new routes to secondary cities. If not for the severe supply chain constraints experienced by the industry, recovery would have been sooner. But I can assure you, full recovery is imminent. The other challenge is, of course, aviation sustainability, which can only be achieved through holistic and global solutions. SAF is a key measure, but sustainable operations cannot be achieved if SAF is only available on half of a return journey. The fact of the matter is that sustainable aviation fuel is, the supply of sustainable aviation fuel is nascent and inconsistent. But as per the ICAO roadmap, we have also got to turn on other measures on the roadmap, particularly in terms of technology. Aircraft and engine suppliers would also have to accelerate the introduction of aircraft and engines that can help with the decarbonization journey sooner than anticipated. Operational efficiency has also got to be continued, not only by the airlines, but also at airports and from air navigation service providers. Very importantly, CORSIA offsetting will have to be actively deployed from 2025, when the industry emissions is expected to exceed 85% of 2019 levels. One great man said that if you want to walk fast, you have to walk alone. But if you want to walk far, you have to walk together. On this note, I would like to thank India and ICAO for holding this ministerial conference so soon after the borders reopened after the pandemic. I would also like to commend India and ICAO for this great event in this great country, which holds great promise as far as the air transport sector is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. I would like to now request Mr. Sunil Subbaya, Head Communications and Branding from the Airports Council International, to make his statement.
Honorable Chairman, Honorable Ministers and distinguished delegates, today I'm speaking on behalf of our Director General, Mr. Stefano Baronci, who regrets not being able to attend the second day of the conference. ACI, Asia Pacific and Middle East appreciates the special efforts that India has put in to successfully host this second ICAO Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference. We supported the Beijing Declaration in 2018. Today, we reaffirm our support to an effective and fruitful Delhi Declaration. Despite the interruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, ACI has been providing support to states and aerodrome operators in achieving the target of certifying all international aerodromes in the region. This is done mainly through the provision of guidance documents such as the Aerodrome Certification Guide published in 2022, training in aerodrome certification in conjunction with ICAO, and airport excellence in safety assessments. As of February 2024, 29 airports in the APAC region have hosted APEX in safety reviews. These reviews have taken place in airports across Bhutan, China, India, Indonesia, Maldives, Myanmar, Nepal, and Vanuatu, demonstrating the region's commitment to enhancing safety. ACI is pleased to see the percentage of international aerodromes certified went up from approximately 80% in June 2018 to 92% in July 2024, and will continue to work with the states and aerodrome operators to achieve the target of certifying 100% of international aerodromes in the APAC region. Some states in APAC region have yet to demonstrate the capability to establish an effective national safety oversight system. This remains a concern, with the region's safety oversight average at 66%, which is below the global average of 69%. ACI and ICAO are actively supporting states and airports in achieving aerodrome certification through specialized training and the EPICS in Safety program, and we remain committed to addressing these challenges by continuing to provide guidance resources and tailored programs that support airports and states in improving their safety oversight capabilities. Safety is one of our top priority. This is a region that, according to the Air Transport Action Group, generates $1 trillion and about 47 million jobs related to tourism and aviation. Traffic is expected to grow from 3 billion passengers today to 8 billion passengers by 2042 in the Asia Pacific region. So we need to boost opportunities for optimizing the use of existing capacity, along with developing much needed new airport infrastructure, and do so in economically and environmentally sustainable manner. Optimizing operations require innovative approaches, not only through the use of new technologies, but also through sharing best practices, such as the one-stop security model or the implementation of CDM, ACDM, and AFTM to improve operating efficiency and capacity of airports and airspace, and hence reduce flight delays through participation in relevant ICAO APAC groups. To date, 18 airports across 15 states in the Asia Pacific region have successfully completed the implementation of ACDM, demonstrating significant progress in enhancing operations. To stay competitive, it's the time to deploy reforms that are necessary to be more resilient and boost growth, especially in relation to timely building of new airport infrastructure to accommodate future demand, further liberalizing market access, and smoothening the visa policies. In light of growing concerns about the mpox, the WHO declared it as an international health risk, while also emphasizing the importance of not restricting people's freedom of movement. We strongly recommend that states refrain from imposing restrictions on aviation, as such measures could have significant economic impacts. In conclusion, ACI will remain a supportive partner to ICAO and APAC states in achieving objectives of the declaration relevant to aerodrome safety, operational efficiency, infrastructure development, and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subbaya. I would now request Mr. Simon Hawkward, Director General of Civil Air Navigation Service Organization, to make his statement.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here this morning. I think we're all aware, certainly in this room, that aviation is an economic imperative for the Asia Pacific. To support aviation growth, the Asia Pacific needs a regional air traffic management architecture that is solutions-driven, values-based, and one that transcends politics. CANSO is committed to support the region in this effort. Now, ATM is not always a well-understood subject, and its importance often undervalued. It can be a weak link in the region's growth if not given the right priority, and also if cross-industry collaboration is absent. Historically, a great deal has been invested in physical infrastructure like airports, with a much smaller proportion being spent on ATM. In fact, Asia Pacific is the fastest growing region in this aspect, with CAPA estimating that $209 billion has been committed to future airport infrastructure projects. The consequence of this is that aviation growth is not being matched by ATM capacity. We are fast approaching a critical juncture ANSPs have to invest in key elements, such as replacing out-of-date equipment, and if we do not invest enough today in this vital infrastructure, we may find ourselves in a significant capacity crunch in the future. In a recent survey of regional ANSPs, 75% reported that they face challenges with resources, both financial and manpower. The cost of a lack of capacity is much greater than the cost of the necessary investment. The region is diverse and fragmented. There is neither a multilateral coordination framework nor an information sharing system. And lower revenues during the pandemic have left some ANSPs facing constraints in both financial and in-house technical resources. Now, with that, all of that said, myself and CANZO is optimistic, actually, that the region's whole can be greater than the sum of its parts, the very essence of regional ATM. To support this, CANZO and an ATM consultancy, Think Research, have produced a white paper aimed at modernising the region's ATM. The content for this paper was developed with the industry and included a brainstorming retreat for senior leaders all across APAC air traffic management. Now, this paper provides some recommendations to accelerate ATM modernisation, and I'd like just to highlight some examples this morning. So, digitalisation. Digitalisation allows services to be bought instead of buying capital equipment. Moving to managed services will allow the sharing of expertise and, I think, will lead to economies of scale. Another game changer is virtualisation. Virtual flow management, for example, offers enormous potential. Today, ATFM in APAC is performed in a decentralised manner, and optimisation is performed locally, not regionally. If the regional network manager is an independent third-party vendor providing ATFM as a service, perhaps there will be fewer boundaries and more potential for collaboration. The Asia Pacific currently does not have a system for information sharing amongst ANSPs, airlines and airports during disruptive events. As an immediate solution for regional situational awareness, CANZO has offered free of charge an operational information system, we call it Cadence, that has proven track record in improving efficiency and saving the airlines millions, which I think is important. So whilst digital solutions for ATM do exist, uptake has been slow so far, and technology is not the only lever. High-level policy is also essential. Government intervention can really accelerate ATM modernisation and deliver strong societal benefits. So whilst intervention is at a national level is common, of course, and very well received, multilateral government action is more challenging. One example, and it's an old example, one example of the power of multilateral action is the ATC delays in Europe in the 1980s, which became a political issue and triggered news headlines globally at the time. The underlying problem could not be solved by any one state alone, so the European transport ministers eventually came up with a regional solution, which, whilst it has not solved everything, it has significantly improved the overall network performance. Whilst operational demands could and do induce policy change, it is far better to be proactive. Regional ATM requires policy innovation in addition to technical enhancement. Policy innovation requires a vision of the desired end state, awareness of the options, and the gumption to act. The Asia Pacific would benefit from a regional ATM approach beyond just national solutions and involving leaders at the senior policy level. A framework that has transparency, accountability, and participation is needed. A regional ATM supervisory board could be considered, which could be given the mandate to assess regional ATM performance, drive common projects, and ensure equity in regional operations. The current Asia Pacific ANSP committee, as mentioned by Singapore yesterday, which is focused on capacity building, could assume this role, being made accountable to a more regular ministerial conference and supported by a multinational secretariat, of course. Now, I am aware this will require dedicated resources and commitment by policymakers. So in conclusion, whilst there are many, many challenges, I am and remain optimistic that with the improvements just outlined, aviation in the Asia Pacific will thrive, and CANSA is ready to assist in any way possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General. I would now like to invite David Waller, representative in Southeast Asia for European Union Aviation Safety Agency, to make his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, distinguished delegates. So, on behalf of the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, I'd like to express our support for the work being done by this second Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference and the important foundation laid by the Beijing Declaration and the work being done on this new Delhi Declaration. The principles outlined in these declarations are crucial for the continued development of safe, secure, and sustainable aviation across the Asia Pacific region. We need to ensure collectively that those principles are translated into tangible results and do not just stand as statements. EASA stands ready to collaborate with our partners in the region to advance aviation safety standards, share best practices, and work together to meet our shared challenges. The Asia Pacific region already hosts many significant European Union funded projects, including the ACSAF projects and aviation partnership projects with ASEAN, China, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and South Asia. These demonstrate a significant investment in the future of aviation, at least €3 million annually, and represent tangible proof of our commitment. As we look towards the future, cooperation between regions will be essential to assure that aviation continues to be a driver of economic and social growth and global connectivity. We would like to thank India for their efficient hosting and chairing of this event, and commend ICAO and the Asia Pacific ministers for their leadership, and reaffirm our commitment to supporting these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waller. I would like to now request Mr. Willie Walsh, Director General of International Air Transport Association, to make his statement.
Good morning, Chairman, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. IATA fully supports the draft declaration of this conference. It addresses critical issues which will strengthen aviation in this region and globally. I have to say that it was very encouraging yesterday, and indeed this morning, from my honourable friend from the Philippines, to listen to the clear and consistent commitment to the safety, security and sustainability of the industry. On safety, IATA has for several years been highlighting the critical need for complete accident investigation reports. Between 2018 and 2023, there were 268 accidents requiring investigation as prescribed under Annex 13 of the Chicago Convention. Understanding the causes of an accident helps us to prevent future events, and these reports are vital. But only 140 final investigation reports have been published. That's just 52%, and quite frankly, it's not good enough. And the track record in this region is similar to the global trend. I urge you to include a commitment to the timely publication of these critical reports in the declaration. Environmental sustainability is an existential challenge for the airline industry and the wider aviation industries. We must decarbonise. ICAO's long-term aspirational goal commits governments to the same goal held by industry, net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And the recent ICAO CAF3 process acknowledged that SAF will be critical for success. It even set an aspiration to achieve 5% decarbonisation for international flights through SAF and LCAF by 2030. Now, this is a very challenging goal. SAF is critical, and we expect it to account for 65% of the mitigation needed to reach net zero by 2050. To decarbonise on this scale, having set the targets, governments now need to deliver supportive policies. And to that end, we fully support the draft declaration which encourages Asia and Pacific states administrations to continue their efforts and work together to reduce emissions and other environmental impacts of aviation. In fact, we believe the declaration could be more ambitious. Airlines need SAF, and we are sending strong demand signals. Offtake agreements signed by 67 airlines globally will total 30 million tonnes in 2030. Asian Airlines' share of this is 20%. But with 2023 global SAF production at only 500,000 tonnes, production is not ramping up as quickly as we had hoped. And to understand the gap between aspiration and reality, let's look at this region's total renewable fuel production, of which SAF is just a part. By 2030, we estimate that renewable fuel production for all users in the Asia Pacific region could reach 8 million tonnes. Now, to meet the government's set CAF3 target of 5%, this region would need 4.5 million tonnes of SAF alone. That would be over 55% of the region's total renewable fuel production, which is far above the current 6% allocated to SAF. We face two challenges that we have to overcome. Renewable fuel production needs to expand very fast, and there must be a fair prioritization of that production for aviation over other industries with decarbonizations such as electrification. And to be blunt, our experience tells us that these two essential shifts will only happen when government policies push the fuel industry in the right direction. And some policy progress is being made in the region, and we're watching with particular interest Japan's $2 billion capital expenditure assistance combined with production incentives for suppliers and tax credits for buyers, and Singapore's innovative use of a levy to fund SAF purchases and to encourage production. Now, these are two good examples that we should all observe and learn from. Getting to net zero carbon emissions will not happen without much broader, indeed universal efforts. Decarbonisation is not a race or a competition. We either win together or we fail together. We all need to help one another to reach our common net zero goal by 2050. And it's in the spirit of collaboration that I encourage everyone present to step up the provision of incentives for the production of SAF and to work collaboratively to provide financial support and facilitate technology transfer to emerging economies, ensuring that no country in the Asia and Pacific region is left behind. We, the airlines of this region, and indeed airlines of the world, are counting on your active support. And with that, I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have finished the designated list of speakers, but I would like to still call upon any state or organization who has not made a statement till now, willing to make a statement, can inform us now. Thank you. So we'll move to the next item in the agenda, which is a presentation by ICAO.
Honorable Chair of the Conference, Minister of Civil Aviation, India, President of ICAO Council, Excellencies, Ministers of Transport and Civil Aviation, Director General, distinguished delegates, and respected colleagues. I would like to join the President of ICAO Council in wholeheartedly congratulating our host, the Government of India, for a very successful organization of the second conference of Asia Pacific Ministers in New Delhi. I personally have a deep connection with this conference, as I had worked closely with the hosts of the first conference in Beijing as the Regional Director for ICAO Asia Pacific region. So it's indeed an honor and privilege to be present for the second conference. Bharat Mandapam is indeed a very fitting venue, a remarkable blend of deep historical roots and traditions with ambitious visions for the future that we find here in many ways and which reflect the air transport world as we see today. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the tireless efforts of the organizing team as well as the delegates present here. As we celebrate ICAO's 80th anniversary this year, I'm honored to address you today on critical matters that will shape the future trajectory of the international civil aviation. This historic milestone presents a valuable opportunity for us to envision the future for you, respective states' aviation sectors, and for the global air transport network as an indivisible whole. It allows us to reflect thoroughly on our rich history while at the same time planning in a strategic and far-sighted manner to overcome the emerging challenges and obstacles that lie before us, the climate emergency, integration of new entrants into the core aviation operations, and ensuring the resilience of air services in the face of future crises, to name but a few. The purpose of this presentation is to provide you a high-level overview of what ICAO Secretariat is mandated to do by the ICAO Council as a result of the last assembly, and what is the anticipated direction for the organization as of the next assembly. Also, this would help all of us as we prepare for the next assembly of ICAO in 2025. So the presentation of ICAO today is divided in two parts. One will be, I will be talking about the global aspects, whereas the regional director, Mr. Matao, will take us through the regional work which is being done, especially in the context of the Beijing Declaration. While this presentation is a long one, I would request your attention and patience, as we in ICAO believe that as member states and industry partners of the largest region, it is important for all the distinguished delegates to be informed about the future direction and initiatives which ICAO proposes to undertake in the short, medium, and long-term period. I would start by looking at the current mandate of ICAO for the ongoing triennium from 2023 to 2025. Basically, the mandate stems from our sovereign body, the Assembly, which most recently was held in 2022. Based on the resolutions and decisions from the Assembly, the ICAO Council directed the ICAO Secretariat to prioritize the business plan. This prioritization was quite unique in the history of ICAO, as in the past, prioritization was done on a very granular level, often giving rise to certain extent gaps in maintaining the big picture on the direction for international aviation. So for the current business plan, 7 main big scope programs were identified, called the Priority Focus Areas, PFAs, ensuring a one ICAO approach, bringing the standardization and full package of implementation activities together. So as you can see on the screen, these are the 7 priority areas which are listed. I will not go through them. But as all the domains, whether it's the safety or efficiency, the environment or security, they're all intrinsically linked to each other in varying degrees in our increasingly complex aviation ecosystem, substantially increasing support and resource allocation for ICAO's key initiatives across the 7 priority focus areas identified by the ICAO Council will also be critical. PFAs have transitioned from an important goal to an urgent necessity. The multitude of monumental challenges currently confronting our industry demands that we adopt a comprehensive, results-based approach rooted in pragmatism. And I would briefly touch upon the 7 priority focus areas to elaborate the task associated with each of these areas. Achieving the agreed long-term global aspirational goals for net zero international aviation emission by 2050 is critical. Our actions in this area will define our legacy, and that is something I would like you to keep in mind. Achieving the goal requires an all-encompassing effort across multiple fronts, from implementing supporting policies and financing mechanisms to executing the comprehensive global framework for sustainable aviation fuel decided upon last year in Dubai, backing nascent environmental technologies, and optimizing air navigation efficiency. The objective of the ICAO long-term aspirational goal is to guide international aviation towards achieving net zero carbon emission by the year 2050. This program seeks to implement and monitor the initiatives and strategies outlined in Resolution A4121 adopted by the 41st Assembly. The program aims to ensure global harmonization of policies, frameworks, and guidance, enhance state action plans, assistance, capacity building, financing, and the development of tools to monitor progress towards LTAG. In this context, ICAO is progressing work on a FinVest hub, which will focus on developing countries and states with particular needs. FinVest aims to facilitate enhanced access to public and private investment capacities and to secure funding from financial institutions for projects that contribute to the decarbonization of international aviation, including SAF feasibility studies under the ACT-SAF program. As you're well aware, cyber attacks and cyber crime have been on the rise globally, posing a significant threat to the aviation industry. Recognizing the severity of this risk, ICAO has taken proactive measures to address it. We must ensure the cybersecurity resilience and robustness of information system across the aviation sector. This includes swift global implementation and rollout of Trust Framework Strategy and its associated action plans. Most recently, the ICAO Council approved a new governance structure for cybersecurity in ICAO. The cybersecurity PFA emphasizes on the creation and sustainability of a comprehensive framework to counteract cyber threats against civil aviation, aiming for the sector's protection and resilience. To support this work, it entails development of comprehensive standard, guidance, and training package for cybersecurity, including an international aviation trust framework. Currently, crisis preparedness and response is dealt with in ICAO in various manners. The purpose of this PFA is to address the current challenges in crisis preparedness and response in a holistic way and create and maintain a comprehensive, adaptable framework within ICAO that will support states in meeting the obligations and improve the response capabilities by state in the face of various crises, including disruption or potential disruption of aerodrome operations or air traffic management and related services, public health-related crises, and humanitarian-related crises like natural disasters. The fourth priority area focuses on timely integration and safe accommodation of new and emerging aviation technologies, operational concepts, and airspace entrance into the global air navigation system. This includes advanced air mobility vehicles, unmanned aircraft system. In fact, as we speak today, in Montreal, we are organizing the Advanced Air Mobility Symposium from 9th to 12th September, which has witnessed a huge participation by a diverse group of stakeholders. ICAO is developing the SAPs procedures for navigation services, the PANS, and guidance materials for remotely piloted aircraft systems. This would be complemented by developing provisions and implementing tools for unmanned aircraft systems. Additionally, ICAO is addressing the larger AAM ecosystem by developing a holistic and detailed description of AAM and providing early implementation guidance on electric vertical takeoff and landing operations. Some of the main deliverables would be initial development to UAS, UTM regulatory frameworks, as well as ARM and RPAS integration framework after an initial operational concept for high altitude operations. You all are very well aware this PFA on USOP and USAP audit, which is the safety and security audit. It addresses the need to evolve the ICAO audit programs and increase the frequency of their activities within the financial realities of decreased funding and rising operational costs and demand for an increase in resources in the short term. Furthermore, the purpose of this process is to elevate the standard, effectiveness, and outputs of monitoring function of ICAO, as well as increasing states' engagement with this audit program, ensuring that they remain fit for purpose and are in sync with the levels of effective implementation of safety and security oversight systems of member states. The sixth priority area is closely tied to elevating ICAO's implementation support offerings, which is at the heart of our No Country Left Behind initiative. No Country Left Behind aims to ensure that all member states have access to the resources, expertise, and support they need to meet international aviation standards and benefit from the growth of the sector. This involves modernizing the methods and mechanisms by which ICAO delivers technical assistance, training, and capacity building resources directly to member states, including through the ICAO regional offices, consistent with the new policy on ICAO implementation support provided to states. The priority focus area will establish organization-wide processes to better guide its implementation support, capacity development, and resource mobilization efforts. The seventh priority focus area on transformation will provide crucial support across the six other priorities. It is ICAO's sweeping transformation initiative to evolve into a modern digital-first collaborative intergovernmental organization, fully optimized for the future operational environment by the year 2028. To remain relevant, ICAO must transform in response to an evolving aviation industry, technological advancement, and its growing mandate. By creating a culture of innovation, ICAO will be fit for the future, taking this opportunity to seize the moment with alignment of the Secretary General's visionary leadership, full support of the Council and Assembly, and allocated budget and resources. For this purpose, the transformation objective was introduced to orient ICAO's work towards bringing much needed change to address several corporate management and innovative initiatives within the organization. The initial driver for this is to provide an enhanced service to meet our member states' need, resulting in an agile ICAO capable of adapting to the evolving demands of the industry. Since the approval of the business plan and regular budget, the transformational objective developed into three core pillars of work to achieve the transformational objective outcomes and vision as laid out in the strategy. Now into the second year of our transformational journey, it is prudent to reflect on this evolution and remind ourselves of the 2027 vision and the four key outcomes for this triennium and the transformational objective. The six transformational output in the screen you can see, organized under three pillars, consist of over 40 diverse projects over its initial three-year implementation period within the business plan 2023-25, complementing the strategic objectives and enabling the one ICAO way of working. The three pillars are people and culture transformation, enabling an inclusive, ethical, coherent, and sustainable workplace. Secondly, we have the digital transformation, enabling efficient, transparent, simplified, and connected digital tools and security. And lastly, we have operational transformation, which is enabling strengthened accountability, sustainability, operational excellence, and a result-based culture. As proposed in the draft strategic plan, ICAO will continue to invest in continuous improvement, and so the next business plan will include further transformational work to complete the remaining deliverables required to realize the vision and to continually improve in the area of people and culture, digital, and operations. From the ongoing work on transformation, we expect benefits such as better work environment, which promotes team spirit, improved ethics framework for just and fair treatment, better IT tools and applications for less manual work, strengthened information security, more efficient and sustainable use of financial resources, and innovative, improved, and simple working processes. The benefits to the member states. Its alignment of ICAO policy and standard setting, auditing and monitoring, and providing implementation support, effective ICAO global programs for monitoring safety and security oversight system, gradual development of robust, harmonized ICAO policies, plans, standards, and legal framework, leadership and facilitation of member state communication, coordination, cooperation, collaboration, and agreements, enhance and faster prioritize implementation support, amongst others. Now I'd like to shift gears for a moment and talk about planning for the future and how ICAO will address the future, a strategic plan for 26 to 2050. As we celebrate ICAO's 88th birth anniversary, we are introducing a new long-term strategic plan that will guide us from 2026 to 2050. This plan is not created in isolation. It incorporates guidance from the last 5 years, aligns with the ICAO global plans and industry direction, and is informed by high-level conferences and the 41st Assembly. Crucially, the plan is presented in a language accessible to non-aviation stakeholders, including the general public. It focuses on outcome-oriented goals that will remain relevant through 2050 and beyond. With this new strategic plan, ICAO will continue to meet all of these challenges and the new ones as they emerge, accelerating our work to ensure success in all areas. Beyond policies and standards, this plan also contemplates the future of ICAO beyond the first century, addressing required changes in law and regulation to stay relevant beyond 2044 in a rapidly changing world. The proposed vision ensures that aviation will benefit all people as per the original purpose of the International Civil Aviation quoted in the Chicago Convention and in line with the principles of no country left behind, with capacity building, implementation support, and resource mobilization activity unleveled to match the accelerating pace of change and focusing on ensuring and developing economies directly. To understand the context of our strategic planning, let's look at the growth projections for our industry. Despite the unprecedented challenges posed by COVID-19, we expect a robust recovery, as remarked by many of the delegates here. By 2050, we anticipate passengers numbers to increase to 2.7 times, reaching 12.4 billion. Air cargo is projected to grow 2.2 times to 683 billion freight ton kilometers. To put this growth in perspective, consider that the threshold of 1 billion passengers annually was reached in 1985, roughly 40 years after ICAO was created. Then 2 billion passengers in 2004, just 19 years later. In the following 15 years, traffic increased to 4.6 billion passengers. If the past is any indicator, the forecast numbers for 2050 are actually conservative. So for the strategic plan, the ICAO vision is a safe, secure, and sustainable international civil aviation system that connects the world for the benefit of all nations and people. This vision is supported by 3 aspirational goals: zero fatalities in international civil aviation from accidents and acts of unlawful interference, net zero carbon emissions by 2050 for international aviation operations, and aviation serving as an integral part of a thriving, connected, accessible, inclusive, and affordable transport system. Now let's turn to our attention to ICAO's mission, the future mission, which is fundamental to achieving our vision. Our mission is to lead international civil aviation as a key driver of social and economic development, as well as environmental sustainability while enhancing aviation safety, security, and economic development by advancing air law, developing policies, plans, and standards, monitoring and auditing, supporting state capabilities for benefit of all people. Next. Yes. When we go to examine our new strategic goals, which is drafted in the form that our common people or general public can understand. So these are designed to address both current and future challenges, and these goals are structured in 2 distinct groups. The first 3 goals describe the aviation system outcomes from the public's perspective. They represent what we aim to achieve for the end users of our global aviation system. The last 3 goals, on the other hand, describe how ICAO will facilitate and lead international alignment. These are the means by which we ensure progress towards the outcome stated in the first 3 goals. It is crucial to understand that each goal statement is intended to be defined by a metric or series of metric outcomes or their key performance indicators. These metrics offer intelligence on our international collaboration to achieve the defined goals. For instance, we might use fatality rates per million flights for all causes to measure safety, or global CO2 emissions per revenue kilometer or ton flown to gauge environment sustainability. So I will speak a bit on these goals. So safety and security remains our fundamental priorities. As such, we have placed them side by side because each element is essential. We aim to ensure continuous protection for all safety risks and security threats, with the ultimate goal of zero fatalities from aviation accidents. Growth is environmentally sustainable. Increasing intense weather phenomena in various parts of the world is a constant reminder for all of us that we need to do more to address climate change. Our strategic goal of environmentally sustainable aviation growth is both multifaceted and ambitious, and we acknowledge the imperative of achieving net zero carbon emissions. But we go further, explicitly stating that air transportation capacity must also grow to meet the increasing global demand. Achieving this will require innovation and collaboration from all aviation stakeholders. Aviation delivers reliable, accessible, and seamless mobility for all. Our goal of mobility encompasses 3 crucial aspects: reliability, accessibility, and seamlessness. Mobility for all means movement for you or your goods wherever you live or trade. ICAO is reordering activities to emphasize support for member states in implementing SARPs, adopting one ICAO approach where regional offices, headquarters, and industry partners collaborate. We recognize that while no 2 states or industries or territories are identical, many face similar challenges. Our goal is to assist you in prioritizing and planning your work effectively. This tailored approach allows us to provide more effective support considering your specific needs while leveraging common solutions and the support of partners where appropriate. We are an international treaty-based organization founded 80 years ago by you, the member states, to adopt common solutions, standards, and plan. We must adapt our international air law to meet the needs of an ever-evolving aviation sector, upholding ICAO's rule-based system. Our legal framework must remain relevant and addressing current and emerging challenges while fostering member support. At the end of the day, each state must do its part to uphold, adapt, and implement these common standards. I recognize that as heads of civil aviation, you operate within the constitutional legal framework of your state. Where necessary, we must involve the other organs of the state that play a role in upholding the treaty obligations and enacting laws and regulations that are essential to carry out state obligations. This goal asserts that international civil aviation's value can be measured for each member state in terms of increased prosperity and well-being. We must collectively create a way to measure this impact. Simultaneously, we recognize the need to balance the work to deliver all 6 strategic goals within the capacity of each member state. Our aim is to create an inclusive global aviation system that drives economic growth in a way that's achievable and sustainable for all member states, regardless of their current level of aviation development. Lastly, we have these high priority enablers. To support these above-mentioned goals, it's imperative that we create enabling initiatives and systems. To this end, we have identified 4 high priority enablers: ICAO continuous organizational improvement, innovation strategy, gender equality program and attracting new talents to aviation, partnerships, resource mobilization, and budget sustainability. I hope that this presentation gave you some more insights on the current priorities of ICAO as determined by ICAO Council and direction that ICAO is anticipated to take for the next triennium as well as for the till 2050. I'm sorry the presentation was very long, but we thought it's important to share this with all of you. To conclude, this 80th anniversary presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We must collectively envision aviation's future and realize it together. Unwavering political and financial support for ICAO's priority initiatives through pragmatic, result-based implementation is crucial, as is increased and sustained direct state support for ICAO's organizational transformation. I would like to thank you and end my presentation with this. I'll now hand over to our Regional Director, Mr. Ma, to tell us about the regional initiatives.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers and ICAO President of Council, and also Head of Delegations, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, let me do the second part of the presentation on behalf of ICAO, is updating the conference on the implementation of the Beijing Declaration's commitment. The first Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Civil Aviation was organized by ICAO. In January 31st to February 1st of 2018, the conference is hosted by Civil Aviation Administration of China in Beijing, and all the APAC states adopted the Declaration on Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Civil Aviation. Commonly, we call this Beijing Declaration. This was the first high-level regional commitment covering aviation safety, accident investigation, and air navigation services. This was the Beijing Declaration covering 3 areas, but the new declaration, New Delhi Declaration, will covering more broader areas. This ministerial commitment demonstrates a strong support of civil aviation authorities of Asia Pacific region, and it also sends a clear message to public and industry that civil aviation is a key development of the state and is also an engine of economic development of the state. So this declaration can also be used by state as a tool to assess the progress with respect to their neighbors. Now, aviation safety always is a priority. Let's look at the aviation safety first. As you all know, ICAO conducts safety oversight audit. So after the ICAO safety audit, ICAO will give a score, a percentage, to measure the state's safety oversight capability. We all call it EI. So everybody talking about the EI. For effective implementation, EI is represent effective implementation. The commitment taken in Beijing Declaration as a deficit, you see look at the left box, is that the regional average should be higher than the global average by 2022. Our objectives, our last declaration, is that we're focusing on the average. By the 2022, APAC EI should be higher than the global average. But look at the right. The current regional average effective implementation score is 65.5%, which is below global average value, which is 69.9%. But I would like to remind that the global and regional target are 75%. It is also worth noting that we have seen the 2% increase since the first ministerial conference in 2018. So we are very happy. This is a good news, and congratulations to the states put your efforts on this 2% increase. But we still have a lot of challenge. Certainly, the regional score can be explained by the diversity among the APAC states. As mentioned just now in the many statement, and also by the international organizations, we are very diverse. Some states are reaching the top, almost 100%, and some states a 0 score. But this is not because of audit, because as they have not yet been audited. Additionally, I would like to report only 12 states, which correspond about 1/3 of the APAC states have reached target of 75% EI. Well, we have about 30%, 12 states. Much more efforts will need to be increased in this score in order to demonstrate the better oversight, safety oversight. So we still need to work hard for our effort from the state to reach 75%. Now, let's look at another part of the security. But we have to know that while not specifically included in the Beijing Declaration, as I mentioned just at the beginning, aviation safety remains a key strategic objective of the organization and will be included in this new declaration, in Delhi Declaration. Asia Pacific continue to fall behind global average in the terms of level of effective implementation of the critical element of a state's safety oversight system, security oversight system. Asia Pacific has increased of 65% compared to 72% for global. So now global average is 72%, but APAC is still behind of the 65%. Similar to the safety audit, result. There is a wide range of diversity in security audit result in Asia Pacific states. So I would also like to report to you only 11, or roughly 1/3 of Asia Pacific states, achieved the level of EI reflected in the milestone incorporated in aviation aviation security plan or we call the Global Aviation Security Plan. We also still have the 3 security concerns in our region, which I also would like to inform you. In many cases, the allocation of more resources and efforts dedicated to aviation security are required to ensure a higher level of effective implementation EI and compliance with Annex 17 security and also security SARs. APAC states should make every effort to ensure that security measures are effectively implemented to resolve the significant security concerns. As just now I mentioned, we still have 3 security concerns in our region. Now look at another very important areas. It is the SSP, State Safety Program. This is another very critical indicator related to the safety. It is an integrated set of regulations and activities aimed to improving safety. This is the State Safety Program. Regional situation is as follows, showed here. 6 states have already completed SSP implementation. 16 states in progress. Right now, they're not completed, but they are working on that. And we have 17 states have not yet started. So we can notice some overall progress has respected to 2018, but states are invited. I also urge the states here for you to invite the state to dedicate more efforts on SSP implementation. Now, look at the airdrome certification. Just now, you see, I also give some state. This is a little bit good news for us. So we can see out of 370 airdromes used for international operations in Asia Pacific region, 337 airdromes has been certified as of the 25th June 2024, a few months ago, corresponding almost 91.8%. This is really a good progress since 2018. But some of the remaining airdromes that are not yet certified, that are military airdromes used for civil international operations. Some states has been facing some challenges due to the lack of civil-military cooperation in airdrome safety oversight. These states are invited further discuss among all the stakeholders to find the right solution. And ICAO is also working for the civil-military cooperation, and which we are considering to organize the civil-military cooperation workshops that probably, and also in cooperation with IATA. I discussed with Willie Walsh. Thank you very much for IATA for your full support, and also Airport Council. So much more efforts are needed to increase this score in order to demonstrate a better safety oversight. Now, while, let's see this, no, sorry. So, let's look at this Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation Authority. This is also a commitment from the Beijing Declaration. Among all the APAC states, 40% of them has independent aircraft accident and investigation authority. The other states are encouraged to establish independent aircraft Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation Authority. Some states may also consider, is suggested by ICAO, that consider to delegate the whole or any parts of the conducting such investigation to another state or to the regional accident incident investigation organization by mutual agreement or consent. This is also included in the ICAO Annex 13. Now let's turn to one of the also very important areas, air navigation services. The Asia Pacific Seamless Air Navigation Service Plan is a pivotal roadmap. It is designed to significantly boost air traffic management capacity and foster harmonization in the Asia Pacific region, underlining its crucial role in the industry. Accurate aeronautical information such as AIP, NOTAM, and chart is a critical component for the safe aircraft operation. Only 60% of phase 1, which corresponding to consolidated existing standard, quality management system, and standardized geodetic data has been achieved, whereas 100% we expected. For phase 2, which is the implementation of the digital database, we are reaching 42% for 100% expected. The slow progress of the aeronautical information management implementation in the region is not just a concern. We have to state clearly it's not only a concern, but it's serious issues that pose a potential safety risk. Now look at the PBN, Performance-Based Navigation. PBN, also called PBN, is a navigation guidance mainly based on satellite. It provides a safety, efficiency, airport accessibility, and capacity benefits. PBNs are now used for all phases of the flight. We have noticed continued progress in the region since 2018, and states are invited to continue the effort to publish more PBN approach procedures as well as the PBN procedures for departure and arrival. And you all know the airport complexity of terrain and high altitude in our region, so this is one of the tools as well. Now let's look at the telecommunication and surveillance infrastructure in Asia-Pacific region. Tremendous progress has been achieved since 2018. So now you can see 22 states and administrations have joined the Common Aeronautical VPN. We also call it CRV. While 11 states are now in process to join this network. 28 state administrations have implemented the aeronautical message handling system. 31 states and administrations have installed ground station for automatic independent surveillance broadcast ADSB. And 12 states have issued a mandate for this use. And 14 states are now using the surveillance means to separate aircraft, and other states are using this means for their own airworthiness of aircraft traffic and for redundancy too. Back. The 17% of a high-density airport, which has at least 100,000 air traffic management per year, has implemented airport collaborative decision-making, ACDM, while aimed to exchanging data among all airport stakeholders and improve efficiency of airport operations. As for air traffic flow management, its implementation in APAC states is progressing slowly, but steadily. Concept of a crossing border of air traffic flow management has again acceptance, and among states and administrations are joining a planning or join the sub-regional initiatives, which will help better management of air traffic flow across the region. The region has also formed the Asia Pacific Air Navigation Service Provider Committee to cooperate in the implementation of regional air navigation services. I also want to restate this, and this is one of the progress we made, and this is also a decision by the DGCA conference that we set up Air Navigation Service Committee, which is strengthening the regional cooperations among the ANSPs. So I have to thank the Council and also IATA, their active participation. I would like to thank Director General of Civil Aviation Singapore, Mr. Hancock, as the chair of this committee. Several meetings have already conducted and very successful. More and more APAC ANSPs participate in this committee as a good platform to sharing information and also to discuss the implementation of regional air navigation services. Now, we are going to present you the opening of ICAO Pacific Small Island Developing State PC's Liaison Office. Since October 23, the Asia Pacific Regional Office has deployed in the ICAO Pacific Liaison Office to the Pacific. The PC's Pacific office premises was formally opened on 16th August 2024, last month, and the office is generally hosted by the government of Fiji. I also would like to this opportunity to thank the government of Fiji, and particularly the Vice Deputy Prime Minister and the Ministers for Aviation and Tourism of Fiji, and also our Vice Chair for the conference, and their support of this regional office. This opening, conducted by the ICAO Secretary General and the Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation of Fiji, and I would like to, again, to express our thanks to the government of Fiji for the contribution. I also would like to sincerely thank the following countries: Australia, Singapore, United States of America, Saudi Arabia, for their generous voluntary contributions. And also, I would like to thank China, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Republic of Korea for their contributions and in-kind support. So, the objectives of the PC's Liaison Office. In order to get your full support, I would like to present you the objectives of this Liaison Office. The objective of this office are to improve engagement between the PC states and ICAO, to support implementation of ICAO SARP's standard and global regional plans, and also support implementation of ministerial conference outcomes. This is Beijing and also Delhi Declaration, and also Port Moresby Declaration. ICAO will also provide secretarial support for the PC's regional aviation ministerial meetings, RAM 3, which will be held 2024. We are also now seeking for the support APAC states for this new office. And the PLO, Pacific Liaison Officer, Shane Summer, is present also at this conference. I also urge the state to support, to provide finance and human resource support expert for this office. ICAO intention, ICAO Asia Pacific is so big. We have covering a huge region from the Asia. They said to me, we have 2 regions. President is here, Asia and Pacific. So we have 2 regions. We have 33% of traffic volume and also the largest FAR. We have lots of countries. It's very remote. So that is the objective of ICAO setting up this office. I urge the state to continue support with all kinds. For this, we have a good plan for supporting the PC states. Also, okay, as a summary of this presentation, I would like to highlight some key points for your consideration. I would like to invite the ministers to reaffirm, firstly, reaffirm the commitment, your commitment to the Beijing Declaration to resolve the significant safety concerns as well as the significant security concerns. This is also one of our priorities. We have 1, safety concerns, 3, security concerns. We also request your support to resolve these concerns. And also, I hope we do not have a new concerns, safety and security concerns after the audit. And I also encourage to continue our effort to improve the effective implementation to reach the target of 75%. ICAO, from the Montreal and regional office, will do our all effort to helping you to improve your EI. We do the CAT mission, we do the training, and at your request, we wish to work together with you to improve our EI to 75%. And I also count on your support for the newly established Pacific Liaison Office. That is also, we always say, is our in ICAO, no country left behind. Eventually, I also advocate enhancing our regional cooperation and collaboration to fulfill the commitment of Delhi Declaration. So this is in general my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the enlightening presentation. It gives a brief on where the APAC states stand on the Beijing Declaration and also on other initiatives that have been taken by Team ICAO. So thank you very much. Now we'll be taking a 30-minute break and we'll reconvene at 12:15 in the very same hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the venue for tea remains the same as yesterday. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the session in 5 minutes from now. We request you all to please be seated.
which is the Delhi Declaration. I request the team ICAO to go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the draft Asia Pacific Minister Declaration on Civil Aviation, also known as the Delhi Declaration. Just a bit of background. This declaration has been drafted after some intensive discussions. It involves a working group as well as circulation to the states. So every time the working group met, we had a version of the draft declaration, and then we sort of shared it with all the Asia Pacific states. And we have now come to a stage where we have on the 8th iteration of the and hopefully it's the final Asia and Pacific Minister Declaration on Civil Aviation. And in terms of how it's drafted, there are two parts to the draft declaration. We have what we call the preamble part, and that's what you see on the screen now. That's the preamble of the discussion. As you'll note, so as you'll note from the first clause, it mentions where this conference is being held, and what's the occasion, and of course we do mention the 80th anniversary of the Convention on International Civil Aviation. It's the background to what we are today, and to reaffirm the obligations as the contracting states to the Chicago Convention. And Clause 2 provides historical context of where we met for the first Asia Pacific Conference in Beijing, China, and the content of that declaration, how it emphasized on the implementation of the Asia Pacific Seamless Air Navigation Plan, and collaboration of states and administrations, and active participation of the aviation industry. Clause 3 acknowledged the extraordinary circumstances during COVID-19 pandemic, and which impeded some of the progress commitments that were highlighted by the regional director in his presentation this morning. Clause 4, it recognizes that the recovery in the region has progressed, and we do have progress in terms of traffic growth. We do have we now having the lessons learned, we realize that we need a resilient aviation sector, and of course to minimize the adverse effects of international civil aviation. So that's Clause 4 of the preamble. Clause 5 identifies the key priorities exist, and these require collaboration, and of course the need to develop capabilities to improve safety, security, and building of additional capacity to address the emerging regional and global challenges. Clause 6 brings us to to note that we do have the challenge of the safety oversight, and in particular we have mentioned the USOP, or the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program, CMA, and which the CEI, the effective implementation of the critical elements of state safety oversight, we have already noted from the regional director's presentation, is lower than the global average. And Clause 7 also notes that similarly for the Universal Security Audit Program of ICAO, the EI, or critical elements of a state aviation security oversight system, is lower than the global average. And Clause 8 acknowledges the ICAO Assembly 41st session, where it endorsed new global aviation plans, new versions of global aviation plans, the Global Aviation Safety Plan, and of course the 7th edition of the Global Aviation Plan. We sort of moved some of the targets, goals from the safety and navigation efficiency perspective, and it reiterates the implementation of remedial actions to resolve safety concerns and air navigation deficiencies in a timely manner, and of course to integrate aviation into the national development plans. Clause 9 appreciates that we do need the HR development strategies in the region. We need to fund quality assured training and of course ensure there's adequate investment in training infrastructure, and of course the need for a qualified and competent workforce in the region. Clause 10 then reiterates the need for closer coordination to identify opportunities for innovation and adoption and integration of the new technologies. And we have heard this morning the progress of the advanced air mobility, and we need to keep in touch with the advancements in IT, in artificial intelligence, etc. Clause 11 of the preamble recognizes that universal participation in the international air law treaties adopted under the auspices of ICAO will secure and enhance the benefits of unification of international rules. And that's the preamble of the proposed draft declaration. And clause 12 then mentions that the second Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference therefore agrees to the Asia and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on the Civil Aviation, or the Delhi Declaration, and the commitment to the following. And now we do have on your screen a PowerPoint version of the 10 commitments that are being highlighted in this Delhi Declaration. You can see it's a much more wider scope than the Beijing Declaration. First is reaffirming the Asian Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Civil Aviation. As mentioned in the Regional Director's presentation this morning, we still need to progress matters on SSP, the state safety implementation, a bit more on certification of aerodromes. We need to also ensure the timely implementation of the Asia Pacific Seamless Air Navigation Services Plan, as well as and continue the establishment or progress of establishment of the independent accident investigation authorities. So that's the first commitment, reaffirming the Beijing Declaration. Secondly, we will go on to the effective implementation of ICAO global plans. At this moment, we do have 3 main plans. That's the Global Aviation Safety Plan, the Global Air Navigation Plan, and of course, the Global Aviation Security Plan. And of course, these plans at a global level are then associated with regional plans, associated regional plans. And the states should continue their compliance to the ICAO standard and recommended practice. So that's the second commitment outlined in the Delhi Declaration. We will move on to the third commitment, that's aviation safety. Safety is always first, and so continue efforts and cooperation to uphold aviation safety as a key priority, carrying out effective safety oversight and safety management activities, joining forces in collaboration and cooperation to share safety information and fostering a strong and positive safety culture. So that's the first part of the aviation safety commitment. The second part, 3.2, it says that strive to achieve the current global aviation safety plan, and we have listed out in the global aviation safety plan. It's quite a large document with a lot of targets, goals. So we have made it a bit, we have tried to say where the focus or attention to of the targets and goals should be. So the first one is, of course, improving the effective implementation of the critical elements of the state's administration's and safety oversight system. As mentioned by the regional director, the new target is 75% of EI for each one of the Asia Pacific states. B, of aviation safety, work towards an effective state safety program. C will be endeavor not to have any significant safety concerns, of course, of the USOP program. And if there are, to resolve any future SSCs within the time frame agreed with ICAO. Fourthly, is to collaborate with states and administrations and aviation industry through the forums that we have in the region. In this case, for safety, it's the Regional Aviation Safety Group, which does organize capacity building events for the region, and also the safety enhancement initiatives as stipulated in the Regional Aviation Safety Plan. And finally, to develop a National Aviation Safety Plan. And we do have some progress in this particular commitment. And next, from the perspective of air navigation services, the commitment is to commit resources in modernization and innovation in air navigation services. We had the industry or the international organizations presentation where it was mentioned clearly that we have reached the pre-2019 figures, and so we do need to pay some attention to innovation and modernization of the air navigation services. 4.2 reiterates commitment to implement the ICAO standards and procedures for air navigation services, the PANS, and of course the regional plan, the Asia Pacific Seamless Air Navigation Service Plan. And what we have done is going through all these documents on SAPs, the document on PANS and the Seamless ANS plan. We have actually listed out where we should focus our priorities, and that you'll find from A to J, that's A to K, the various areas, technical areas that efforts or priorities should be placed. And that's in AIM, which is Aeronautical Information Management, the separation minima, and implementation of performance-based navigation. Also reiterates common ground-to-ground telecommunication infrastructure. We mentioned the CRV project. We do go ahead about the future, the SWIM, the system-wide information management infrastructure that's required, and of course, for enhancing the civil-military cooperation and to harness the benefits from such cooperation, enhance surveillance capability that allows us to have a better separation standards. We bring in more traffic in a given airspace. We did mention the need to continue on the air traffic flow management and airport collaborative decision-making implementation. The next ATM contingency planning perspective, and of course to ensure that air navigation is also part of the national development plans, and this normally are supported through the national air navigation plans. And of course, when you have more traffic, we need to do some enhancement of the safety risk assessment capability in the states. And 4.3, to share best practices, it's a given. It's necessary. Search and rescue, MET services, air traffic flow management requires regional cooperation and enhanced coordination. And finally, also giving a bit of a futuristic perspective to this Delhi Declaration, work collaboratively through ICAO and regional collaborative platforms towards seamless ANS, particularly paying attention to FFIs and TBO. That's the acronyms for Flight and Flow Information for Collaborative Environment and the Trajectory-Based Operations to support future traffic growth and sustainability. So that's the air navigation services perspective. Commitment 5 is on aviation security, a new area. Commit to continuing efforts and cooperation to uphold aviation security as a key priority, carry out effective aviation security oversight, enhance compliance to the ICAO aviation security standards, which are outlined in Annex 17, and joining forces to share security information as appropriate and foster a positive security culture. 5.2 details a bit more, will drill down of the goals in the global aviation security plan, and these what outlined in ABC. That's A is on, of course, the EI, the effective implementation of the critical elements of the state's administration's security oversight system. And secondly is, and we should ensure that we do not have any significant security concerns under the user program, and if there are, to resolve any future significant security concerns within the time frame agreed with ICAO. And finally, of course, where do we congregate to help each other is, of course, the regional multilateral forums. And in the security area, we do have the Regional Aviation Security Coordination Forum to assist states administrations to achieve compliance with the relevant aviation security and security-related standards. Moving on, 6.0, this is in recognition of course, the COVID-19 experience, the lessons learned, so consistent with the decisions of the ICAO Assembly, 41st Assembly, that was held in 2022, and of course the outcomes of the high-level conference on COVID-19 in 2021, ensure coordination between civil aviation and various stakeholders, including health authorities, to allow seamless implementation of ICAO Annex 9, which is on facilitation, and take into account a multi-layered risk-based approach to establish national health and other facilitation measures. So this recognizes the experience, lessons learned from the COVID-19 experience. Moving on, 7.0, the seventh commitment is on gender equality, and I take the opportunity to congratulate India for the initiative you have taken in ensuring 25% women participation in your aviation industry, and actually you are already on the way to fulfilling this gender equality commitment. Demonstrate states and administrations' commitment to promote and encourage the aviation sector to take the necessary measures to strengthen gender equality by supporting policies as well as the establishment, development, and improvement of strategies and programs to further women's careers within the aviation sector. Moving on, 8.0, resourcing for civil aviation. This is a commitment for states to provide their civil aviation authorities and administrations in the region with the necessary autonomy and powers. Of course, most importantly is sustainable sources of funding and resources to carry out effective safety and security oversight and regulation of the aviation industry. Of course, this will ensure the effective implementation index that we talked about. You will get the benefit of reaching that 75% target that is in the current version of the Global Aviation Safety Plan. And of course, there is also the possibility to consider establishing and delegating responsibilities to the regional safety oversight organization, if that's the way you wish to go. And 8.2, urge Asian Pacific states administrations and other ICAO members, international assistance and donor partners. So we do have an appeal to the donors, partners, financial institutions to enhance cooperation and provide technical assistance. The appeal also goes out to capable Asian Pacific states who do have the capacity to provide the assistance, and that is to ensure you provide assistance and capacity building initiatives, and of course, implementation of all the mentioned commitments that we have in the Delhi Declaration. So that's 8.2. 9.0, we did hear all around about sustainable aviation fuels. We did have we mentioned about reaching the zero emissions by 2050, and in light of all that statements that were made, we encourage the Delhi Declaration will encourage Asian Pacific States Administration to continue their efforts and work together to reduce emissions and other environmental impacts of aviation. Moving on, 10, and that's ratification of international air law treaties. We have tried to use correct terminology, and therefore you'll see in 10.1, encourage Asia and Pacific states, which so far have not done so, to ratify the amendments to the Convention on International Civil Aviation, or the Chicago Convention, particularly with regard to the amendments of Articles 50A and 56, which were adopted at the ICAO Assembly 39 in 2016, and which is awaiting ratification from some states as soon as possible. And 10.2 is encourage Asian Pacific states to consider becoming parties to international air law treaties that they have not yet ratified. So, Mr. Chairperson, that encompasses the whole Delhi Declaration, and I pass the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, ICAO, for wonderfully formulating the draft Delhi Declaration. I believe without the support of ICAO, we wouldn't have achieved the success that we have today. And I also thank the member countries for providing valuable insights into what the Delhi Declaration needs to be for it to be a guiding document for all the Asia Pacific countries. And in fact, listening to all these statements that the member countries have made yesterday, including the organizations, it is very heartening to see that most of the suggestions have been involved in the Delhi Declaration. It echoes the common consensus that we have all built up from day one and today, day two also, through the thoughts and aspirations that everyone presented in their active participation in the conference. And it also underscores the strength of our collaboration and our shared commitment to adopt a common framework for all of us to grow together. And one important difference that we would see from the first conference and the second is that the first conference happened pre-COVID. So all the civil aviation took a major hit towards during the COVID, and we all came up with different challenges. But in fact, after all of it, I think today we are standing at a position where all the civil aviation sectors across different countries and across Asia Pacific countries, we have all risen like a phoenix today. I think that all is to the commitment every country has towards its civil aviation sector. I really appreciate for the commendable efforts each and every country has made through the challenges they have faced to COVID. And by adopting a revamped civil aviation model, I think we all should aim to rejuvenate and propel the industry towards a new phase of growth and resilience. And some of the important observations from the chair I've observed in the draft declaration is the pledge that the Delhi Declaration makes to advance the ICAO Global Aviation Safety Plan, Global Air Navigation Plan, and Global Aviation Security Plan, aiming to enhance the safety, security, and also the management around the civil aviation. And the declaration also commits to modernizing air navigation services, supporting air traffic management capacity, and promoting regional cooperation in critical areas such as search and rescue. And furthermore, I think, which is very, very important, which will be a strong standpoint from the Delhi Declaration, would be the dedication towards gender equality in civil aviation, which most of the countries have shown their interest in doing in the coming future. I think it is going to redefine the entire civil aviation sector globally also. And the declaration also encourages collaborative efforts to mitigate aviation emissions and also environmental impacts. This also has been thoroughly discussed, the use of sustainable aviation fuel and sustainable concepts, and how do we bring them into civil aviation for having a responsible environment commitment in the future. And one more mention has been done also regarding the technological advancements that are happening across the globe, and how do we as civil aviation sector take advantage of them and bring them by creating an environment of innovation in our civil aviation sector. And it's also important for us to realize the commitment to Beijing Declaration. Some important commitments have been made, and we are still need to ensure that we are thoroughly fulfilling those commitments also. And one important other factor that I have realized is the resource support that is very much needed for civil aviation to grow further. And by resources, we mean both the financial resources and also the human resource aspect. So both of them have to be going hand in hand so that the civil aviation sector at the regional level, at the state level, needs to get a boost in the future also. And with these comments, I would like to now open the floor for discussion. If any other member states or organizations have any other comments that they feel need to be mentioned to further strengthening the Delhi Declaration, please let me know so that we can open the floor for discussion. Yes, FAA United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the Delhi Declaration, the United States expresses appreciation for the inclusion of aviation security, as well as the focus on gender equality, and all of the other new additions that make the agreement a more comprehensive declaration. The Delhi Declaration is not just an ICAO declaration, but it is a reflection of the priorities and strengths of the diverse Asia and Pacific civil aviation community. The Delhi Declaration also reaffirms the obligations of all contracting states under the Chicago Convention, which, as noted before, is celebrating its 80th anniversary, to take all the necessary action to ensure the safety, security, and continuity of civil aviation. Regarding the goals outlined in the Delhi Declaration, the United States encourages considering the utilization of the Asia Pacific DGCA conference as a means to monitor the progress between ministerial conferences, providing a connection between the triennial ministerial meeting and the annual APAC DGCA conference, as well as enabling the region to be more forward-leaning on its path towards accomplishing these excellent goals. With that being said, the United States believes that the APAC Ministerial Conference Planning Working Group achieved its aim to develop the Delhi Declaration as an inclusive and balanced approach that supports the effective implementation of ICAO global plans and civil aviation priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, USA, for your comments. Any other member state who would like to participate? Yep. Go ahead. Thank you. I think we have a unanimous support for the Delhi Draft Declaration here, and I would like to congratulate each and everyone for arriving at a consensus on this draft declaration. And it is evident that we all share a common vision and commitment to advancing civil aviation in our Asia Pacific region. The declaration reflects our collective efforts, common goals, and a far-sighted approach to shaping the future of our sector. It underscores the strength of our collaborative efforts and the clarity of our approach. By adopting this declaration, we demonstrate our unity and readiness to move forward together, aligned in our ambitions for growth and resilience of civil aviation in the Asia Pacific region. This unified stance not only reinforces our shared commitment, but also provides a solid foundation for achieving our collective objectives. I extend sincere gratitude to all the esteemed member states and organizations who have participated in this conference. Your dedication and consensus building efforts have been instrumental in shaping this important document. The finalized declaration will be formally announced and adopted by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, later in the afternoon. Until then, I thank you again for the unwavering support and cooperation that you have extended in the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for your all support for the declaration. And now, this is the last agenda this morning that we, since the President of the Council is another appointment, so I would like to, on behalf of the President of ICAO Council, and to present a token of appreciation to thank the government of India, particularly the Minister of the Minister of the Civil Aviation, for you are all hosting this very, very important event. Thank you very much. So we'll present a token of appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We kindly request all dignitaries and delegates to reassemble in this hall at sharp 2:30 p.m. for an important announcement. This pertains to the upcoming plenary session scheduled for 3 p.m. today, as well as important details regarding tomorrow's cultural tour. I repeat, before you proceed for lunch, we request all our dignitaries
in baggage, it will be preferable because then our boarding time will be slightly less. Otherwise, we have to check in for the luggage also. The temperature normally is about 31 degree or 32 degree in Jaipur. So we request you, you keep hydrated all the times. So not that thing. And humidity is approximately 80% or 70%, 70 to 80%. So just keep it hydrated. The water will be there, and just keep out taking a sips of waters in between. Weather is not, as per the information available, it's not rainy tomorrow. So normally that would not be required, but we don't expect when rain can happen and when it not. So preferably that is one thing. We again request you not to have a discomfort who is coming on a time. So everybody will request that everyone should be adhere to the timings which will be there. So there will be time to time, there will be time limit will be given. Will be given where when we are at the fort, we have to leave or lunch, and from there to airport. So kindly do keep in mind about the timings, so we have a good interaction there. That's one thing. And again, you all have a welcome to take a photographs in between. And so you have a good camera, please carry with you. So that will be a good memories of this conference with you. So that is a cherished kind of moment will last for you with you. So this is all from my side. And again, I request Asangmaji, my colleague, to further announcements.
Thank you. Thank you, Shobhaji. Now I'll just explain about the next part of the program, which is now probably going to be the most important part of the program, which will be the adoption of the declaration, Delhi Declaration. So I think all of you are probably, all esteemed dignitaries here, present here, have been explained about by your respective liaison officers about the process. I will just briefly go through it in 2 minutes so that there's no confusion among everybody. There are certain restrictions that are in place because of, even as we speak in this hall, the campus is already under a certain security protocol that has to be followed. So I'll just explain to you. First of all, the next session, that is the plenary session, will be in one floor below this, in the summit room. So that is called the summit room. The way to go there would be from my right side, because the left side is now blocked. From my right side, you'll have to take the exit, and then again, once you go out on your right side again.
So the pledge is not there. In your program, there is a slot which says pledge is being administered. The Prime Minister is not administering the pledge.
Hello.
As soon as the video is over,
hello. Yeah.
I will come on to say that this mission is being taken forward in India and lots of people are planting trees, etc., something like on that nature. And then I will read the pledge out in English. So I am trying to get a photo of this pledge for you so that you can translate it for Hindi and Chinese. Okay? So just watch out for that. Number 2.
Yeah, I think there's some audio issue.
It's being done in 2 parts. So I will invite the Deputy French Prime Minister to speak first, and then the Honorable Minister, our Minister, Civil Aviation Minister.
Hello. Yeah. So I think there's just a slight cross communication. The live feed has already started. When it will start later. For those of us who are fortunate enough to be watching the show from here, so just shows it's working. So I think it's good. Anyway, just to move on, like I was mentioning, the way to the summit hall will be from my right. And again, on the right, there's an escalator as well as the elevators, lifts, both are there. So you just have to go one level down, this level 2. Then once you reach there are signages as well as there are people to guide you into the hall. There will be a security check for those who are not exempt. So a slight inconvenience may be there, but we request you to bear with that. And once you enter that, the summit hall is there, just about 10, 20 steps. So all the seats, especially for the head of delegations, have been designated. So you're requested to kindly go and take your places at the head of the table. For the other delegates, there are enough seats for those who have been who have the passes. Just for information, I think now we're all familiar with this pass, this orange pass that is there. So this is the pass that will give you access to that floor. If you do not have this pass, just kindly know that you will not be given access by the security. So in case you are supposed to go and you don't have it, kindly immediately get in touch with us, or without this pass you will not be allowed access at that level. So just wanted to clarify that to all. Once we go down, there's the summit hall. We'll all be seated in the summit hall. There's a protocol that we need to be seated at least 1 hour before the program. We'll settle down there, and thereafter we will request all the heads of the delegations to be ready for a group photograph, which is again just outside the summit hall. So once that is announced, then we will guide you to the group photograph location, and then thereafter the Honorable Prime Minister will arrive, and the photo will be taken, and then all the delegates are requested to again go back into the summit hall and take your places. In the meantime, the Honorable Prime Minister will just quickly go through an exhibition that is there, and he will enter the summit hall. So by the time we'll all be seated, and then the plenary session will begin. So this is the sequence of things from now onwards till the end of today's program. So again, just for those of us who do not have this pass, like I was mentioning, there's provisions here. It will be telecasted live on the screen, and you have the liberty of having tea, coffee anytime you want, which we will not be having down there. So the program will end. Once the program is over, then you'll be at liberty to move again to any floor of your within the building. So that is not an issue. So the program will likely take about an hour or an hour and a half to 2 hours. So that is the tentative time I'm sharing with you. So once again, just to repeat, the entry will be from my right and 1 level down to level 2. The escalators as well as the lifts are available for you to reach that level. We are also in advance, in case there's any inconvenience to any of you, we are trying our best to make sure your stay is comfortable as possible. And like my colleague Shobit mentioned, many of you will be traveling to Jaipur tomorrow, so we wish you a comfortable trip there also. And those of you who have been with us for the last couple of days and who are traveling back, we wish you a safe journey back. So, and just again, at the end of the program, the plenary session, we will be handing over the copies of the docket containing the Delhi Declaration. So while you are seated, once the Honorable Prime Minister leaves and we are still seated, that docket containing the Delhi Declaration will be handed over to the heads of the delegations. So this is another information that we just wanted to share with you. So we thank you once again for the patience and for hearing me out. And now I'll request that we slowly move towards the level 2, so that we can start the program on time. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you.